Hello there. Yes, all right. Mute. All right, sorry about that. I need to actually move those buttons over here so that I can do that and check things. I am Carol, Crafty Grandma, and I told everyone during my last live that I wanted to do something a little bit different. I have done two bags. One I don't have up here. This one's like a purse. So this was a purse from a Jelly Roll, and then I also did a bag, like a grocery shopping bag type option, also from a Jelly Roll. This I found it makes 3 bags from one Jelly Roll. So there's 3 different sizes. They say that one they call a mini bag, which is the small size, a hand bag, which is the medium size, and a market tote, which is the large size. And it says that we can get all 3 from one Jelly Roll. So I don't have what you would typically look at as a Jelly Roll, but that's what this is. So these are 2.5-inch strips. There's just 2 of them, one on either side in the package. And there are 40 strips in here. So this is just like a Jelly Roll, just in a different type of packaging. Then I have some dark blue to use as the bottom and the handles, because they show those as different colors on here. And I have my solid white, bright white, snow white, whatever white you want to call it, to use inside. Oh, I forgot something. I'll be right back. Turns out I forgot 2 things. My water and what I was thinking of. I have purse feet. Let me see. So these little things here are called purse feet, and they go on the bottom of your purse so that, or the bottom of a bag, so that the bottom fabric isn't actually touching the ground at any point if you put it down. These are the washers that go with them, so you need both pieces. And I am going to put feet on these bags. There we go. I am going to put feet on these bags. Now these are silver. These were cheap. I honestly don't remember where I bought them. I know I had to buy the washers separate, and the washers ended up taking forever to get here. And I don't remember exactly where I got them, but it's a nice big bag of them. So I can use this. So I want to start using them on purses and bags and things like that, so that way they don't get dirty. So that, and then it calls for fusible fleece, which I have. Actually, I think they call it fusible interfacing, but nope, it does say 1 yard of fusible fleece. I'm not certain if the 1 yard is for the medium and the large size together, or if it is per, but I've got more than a yard here. 45 by 60, and I've used some of it, but not all of it. My hair is really not looking good today. And I did pay money for this pattern. It is from Fig Tree and Company, www.figtreequilts.com. They've got a Facebook and Instagram. They've got an email. I believe it was $9.60 for this, which is more than I normally would pay, but I went with it because it looked like a fun little project. Bags are not hard to design. They're really very, very simple. I just didn't have the time to sit down and decide what sizes I wanted to make. So I went ahead and bought this. Now it does have a PDF printout that you're going to need. I've got my plastic template material down there that I'm going to use. So you will need the pattern if you want it to look just like this. I do kind of like the shape, and I like the fact that they put these little circular pockets on them, so they're kind of cute. But again, a bag is not hard to do. Both of the bags that I showed you so far, one I designed myself, the other one I think I did have a pattern, or it was a free pattern, or something to that effect. But all right, so let's get on with our first bag. And they start with the mini, I believe. I guess it really doesn't matter. But I am going to start with the large. The medium, you have to cut the strips down. And the mini, you have to cut the strips down. And I don't think you can use the same set. Those are 2, so that would leave a 1/2 inch. Those are 1.5, so that would leave an inch. So yeah, you can't use the same strips anywhere. So I'm just going to start with the Market Tote, which is the large size, and we'll go from there. If I get all of that done, we'll move on to the second one or the third. And if we don't get done today, I've got tomorrow, and we should have 3 bags made by tomorrow. We should. Okay, so the first thing I need is 18 2.5 inch by 13.5 inch strips. And I'm going to make 2 sets of 9 strips. And it does say somewhere in here. First of all, read the directions first. I've already done that. And it does say in there not to use the exact same pattern on the front and the back. I don't see that it's that big of a deal, but they do match up on the side. So if you have the same fabric on both sides, you're going to get the same. You're going to match it up and it's going to be the same. Okay, let's see. Let's get into the fabric. Okay, well that's not too bad. It's got another piece of plastic around here, so I'm going to slide that off. And there's cardboard inside, so let's just take off one side and leave the other on there for the time being. Okay, so I need 9 strips of fabric, and these are, both sides are absolutely identical, so it doesn't matter. And let's see, are any of these the same? Those are little flowers, those are big. This one, yes, those 2 strips are the same. Oh, and that one is too. All right, let's see. Let's bring you in here. Let's look at these strips of fabric. All right, so there's one. And I'm going to move it up a little bit. Well, let's get the camera up on the book again. Maybe that'll make life easier. There we go. And then this one. Looks like the fabrics. Nope, that's the way it's supposed to be. I don't really like that one very much. It's very blah. Okay, this one and that one. They are not the same. This has the little paisleys down it, so that is not the same as that. Maybe none of them are the same. This is tinier. Let's go to this one. Okay, now this one I think is the same. These two are the same. So that goes up there. Then I have another different one. This goes with this one. Those are the same. This is different. Those are the same pattern but different colors. Oh, this is that same dot, but it's got a bicycle on it. That's kind of cool. This is different. This is again one of those same pattern, different color things. And then this one and the one I didn't like very much are the same pattern, but different colors. This one, that doesn't hit, nope, this one's all by itself. And we've got the bicycles again, but in the green instead of the blue. That one is that one, but a different color. And then this blue is totally different. All right. So let's go back to here. So we need 9 strips. Or, actually I could use 18. How many are here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, oh, 20. Duh. 40 strips total, so I knew there's 20. Should have thought about that. All right, so I could do 18 strips. Because the next one is the medium and the mini both call for 20 strips, which I started to say seems odd. Now I remember, since we cut the strips thinner, it kind of makes sense. These strips are staying 2.5 inches. We're leaving them alone. That's why we're starting with this one, because there's no real thinking with this one other than the design. But okay, let's see if we can find, just put the 18 together in a way that I like. Their way isn't bad. Let's see. Use the flower. And a dot. And the paisley that I didn't like very much, but it's a nice light color, so it breaks up all the darkness. That's good. And then this one with the paisley on it. And then this. One, two, three, four, five. And then the little flowers with a lot of white on it. That's 6. And then this one, 7. I'm going to move these all over because otherwise we're not going to have room for our 2 sets. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. Next one is this one again. 8. And then the blues paisley. 9. Now, I'm going to look at something real quick. So, two sets that are 12.5 inches. I think we can get 2 sets of all 3 of these out of this. I don't know why I didn't notice that before. But these should be 20 inches, and I only need them to be 13.5. Let's see. Yeah. To salvage, they're 21.5. I think we can get 2 sets of all 3 bags out of 1 jelly roll. I'm going to see. All right. So I got my 9, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I've got my 9 there. Now the next 9. That ended at the paisley, so the blue dot. The green paisley. Blue checked. Bicycle with a blue bicycle. Blue with the big flowers. Green dots. Blue paisley. Blue with paisley. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep, that's what I thought. And flower with paisley and green dot with bicycle. All right. So now keep in mind, I have copied, because they make these jelly rolls look appealing by their color placement on the either wheel or on the in the display package. So this is how they were displayed to me in the package as they come. And as I look at this, I see things that I don't like. I don't like that these 2 light fabrics are next to each other. I don't like the fact that those 2 dark fabrics are next to each other. That whole side is pretty much dark. This whole side is pretty much light, which isn't a terrible thing. One's going to be front, one's going to be back. Doesn't matter. Not really, because this, as it's calling it, is a market bag. So it's going to be more to carry groceries, something like that. But I don't like patterns sitting next to each other. If you've watched any of my videos, you know it just bothers me. And now this side will match, these pieces will match up, and the outside and this outside will match up on either side of the bag. So that's something else to keep in mind. So let's move things around a little bit. I don't like the dots right next to each other. I don't like that at all. I think that's not going to work. No, that's not going to work. Let's move this one here. And again, if you've watched me in the past, you know that this is the part that takes me forever. Once I get going, we can sew these bags up without too much of a hassle. But getting them laid out takes me a long time. And I do still have these two darker pieces that I can use. And I think I will somewhere. Let's see. There we go. There we go. I want the bicycle. No, that's not going to work. I want one bicycle on each side. I don't want the bicycles both on the same side. I don't like that. Then I don't want the green. All right, this is missing green. This needs green. All right, so we have 2 green on that side, 2 green on this side. That makes me happier. We have those 2 paisleys on the same side. Let's do that. Because now these are on separate sides. They're going to be next to each other on the side of the bag, but that'll be fine. Those are 2 paisleys next to each other. I don't really like that. Let's see here. Let's do this. I know it puts the greens kind of close to each other, but I kind of think that's okay. I think I'm okay with this. I think that went faster than it usually does. We have the little flowers on either side. We have the same white flower pattern on this side, though. Yeah, I'm going to go with that's okay. I'm going to be happy with it. That's all I'm going to do. I'm going to be happy with it. All right, so now I'm going to set these 2 aside. Because we're going to need those for other versions, potentially. Okay. It does say to make the handles, well, cutting list. First, we need the strips. So now I need to sew the strips together. Yep, that's on. Oh, are we still going? We are still going. All right. Again, don't know what happened to this, why it does it, but it started in my last episode and I don't know why. So I'm going to take these in the order that they are, top to bottom, so I don't get them mixed up. Set them over here by the sewing machine. And now I am going to switch you all over to the sewing machine. How's that doing today? It's a little out of focus. Let's see here. There we go. That's better. Now, let's get rid of the red thread. Take off the quilting needle. And I am not going to throw this away. I'm going to set this aside because I didn't use it very much. So I'm going to use it when we quilt the bags. I do need a regular needle, and I use a 70 needle and a 60 weight cotton thread for my quilting. In this case I could use probably anything I want because the fusible fleece is acrylic, it's not all cotton. So I could conceivably use some polyester thread, but I'm just going to go ahead and use cotton that I already have. It's what I'm used to sewing with. I'm going to just stick with it. Oops. That didn't work out well. There we go. I knew that wasn't sitting right. I was like, wait a minute. All right. We are locked and loaded. And I'm just going to sew the strips all the way down. Like I said, what I will probably end up doing is making 2 of each, because I believe that we will get at least 2 of each out of these. You know what? No, I'm going to cut them down. I'm going to sew them only halfway down. And if you've watched me before, you know I normally use feeder fabric, but because we've got the salvage here and we're starting off that, I'm going to forego this feeder fabric. and just sew these together. Lower my stitch length down to 1.5 so it's a little bit lower. Needle down position. Let me see here. I have a tape measure here. I do. How far is the edge of my table? So I need okay, I can do that. So I'm not going to sew them all the way down. I'm going to sew them about 15 inches in, which I measured, and 15 inches from my needle makes it so that the tape measure is just hanging off the edge. Or I should say, so the edge of the fabric will touch, just start touching the countertop that I have. And let me verify on my directions. The strips need to be 13.5 inches long. That is correct. So if I sew them to 15, that'll give me plenty of extra to cut with. And I'm not going to bother pressing in between. There's no reason for that. I'll press them all once we get them off to the side. All right, so this was the first strip that I had hanging. This is the second strip. So now I'm going to add the third. And I'm going to do the exact same thing where I start in the selvage. So I don't need any starter fabric, and I'm going to sew it until it just reaches the edge, or reaches the top of the counter that my machine is sitting on. Because this table sits up a few inches, and that way, if I decide I want to rearrange the strips, ooh, that's way too far. Yes, that's way too far. But if I want to rearrange the strips, the order they're in, or I want to use the strips for one of the other size bags, even though I have duplicates of all of this, I'm leaning towards maybe after I make one that's mixed and mingled, maybe I'll make one that's all one, either all lights or a bunch of the greens, because I should have the same, I should be able to make, even though I've only got a few green strips, if I cut them down, I can have them multiple times. We are getting there. Moving right along. Starting to get a little stiffer back there, so I'm not noticing when it gets to the end. Oh well, shouldn't make too much of a mess. Alright, 3 more strips. Now this one has bicycles on it, and it has direction on it, so I am going to try and make sure that I have the direction on the bicycles correct. Otherwise all the bicycles will be upside down and just look weird. Oops. Last stripe was going to try and escape. I had to save it. Strip, not stripe, strip. Well, I guess they could be considered either way at this point because they make stripes. We make stripes from the strips. All right, last strip on this side. let's go over here. There we are. So now we need these to be 13.5 inches long. So I am going to do this. I'm not quite going to get them 13, and I'm not going to be perfect about it because I haven't ironed them yet. But let's see if this works for this side, and then we'll do the same thing on the other side if it does. They're too wide. Go off to the side there. Where's my big ruler? So I've got the salvage off to the edge of my cutting board, and I am taking my ruler and putting it on 14 inches here and 14 inches here. So I definitely have more than the 13.5 inches. Let's see, did I cut anywhere? Yeah, there's a couple spots where I sewed all the way through, so we may need to trim those down later. We'll have to see what I end up using them for. But that means they're all sewn together here. And now I'm going to press them, because I didn't want to press with all that extra fabric hanging off. So now we're going to press. I should have got my sewing machine started, or my ironing board started. Trim off. I've got some extra string hanging here. I don't need to do this. I'm going to cut off this edge anyway, so it's fine. It's fine. And then we're going to press all of the seams going the same direction. And then cut it down. Hasn't warmed up enough yet. Let me get my tracing paper. This was not in the container, and so it has kitty fur all over it. And I think it'll work. So here, nope, I think it warmed up enough. Let's go back to what we were doing. Then we'll get to this. All right. Yeah. Finger press it out. There's one. So we have 8 seams to do because we have 9 strips. And again, I'm just pressing the same direction all the way down. It'll make it easier when in a little bit when I go and try and press it out. So I make sure that everything is as tight as it can be. Bicycles didn't show up very well. I mean, you can see they're bicycles, but I'm not crazy about it. Yeah, the bicycles are kind of a big pattern to be putting on a jelly roll. The strips, usually when you cut 2.5 inch strips, you use fabric that doesn't have very big print on it. Just because you can't really see it once you get it to only 2.5 inches wide, and it's even going to be worse on the other two bags because the one bag, like I said, is, I think it's 2 inches and the other one is 1.5. So we're going to cut the strips even smaller. So yeah, that bicycle pattern probably isn't going to be a good one to use. Come on. So on the last iron, when I went through, I hadn't finger pressed it enough. And half of it pressed one direction and half of it pressed it the other direction. So you want to make sure you get it all, the seam, all facing the same direction. Doesn't matter which way you decide to go. You just have to make sure they all go that way. And that's not really true either. If you want to avoid pressing the seam into any of the light fabric, you can do that too. It's totally up to you. All right, these are all trying to be difficult, so let's see. Let me do this. So what I'm doing is I'm just making sure I'm pulling this a little taut so that I can get all of the seams going the right way. I think I'm hearing a cat, but I'm not certain. And I think I'm hearing them doing something they're not supposed to be doing, but again, not certain. Steve left the house, so the little cat has, she's 2 years old now, but she's still little. She gets bored when he's not around. So then she starts doing things that she's not supposed to do. All right, let's see here. Yes, some of these seams are determined not to press the correct way. I don't typically have this much trouble. It's something with this fabric, I guess. It's a nice quality fabric, so I'm not certain why. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's stiffer and it wants to do what it wants to do. All right, let's see. No, you're still bubbling up the wrong way. There we go. I think I have them all behaving properly now. Oh, did I say that? No, I'm wrong. Right smack dab in the middle there. All right. Well, and the reason these need to be flat and straight is because they're going to be put on to the fusible fleece next. And that, we definitely need to make sure that it is where it needs to be. Okay. So let's see, 13 inches, 13 and a half inches wide. So I'm going to use my mat, which I don't normally do. I am going to use it because this is the longest ruler I have, and I have to use it to cut the length. And to get the width, I don't have a ruler that I can use. So I'm going to use the mat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 and a half. So 7 and a half. And 7 and a half. Now I am lining it up on the seams. So I'm making sure that every 2.5 inches I have it lined up on the seam. And let's get that off to the side, and then let's make sure we line that all up. We are at 13 and a half inches. All right. Here we go. There's one side of the bag. So this time, I think it will be easier to cut them to 15 inches first. Actually, I can cut them to 14. Well, 15 with the salvage. Dang. Waiting for some yarn to come. Got stuck in weather in New York somewhere. It's driving me crazy. So, nope, let's not do it that way, this way. This is the last one, so I'm going to put it on the bottom. I'm going to turn my cutting board, because it only counts from 1 to 24 on one side. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to let the salvage hang off the edge. Let the salvage hang off the edge, because the measuring starts from here. Let's refocus. There we go. The measuring line starts from here. So I need to keep the fabric straight along the line on the cutting board. And then I'm going to keep the salvage just off of the yellow line where the measuring starts. So this may turn out to be more of a hassle, but I didn't like the way it worked on the last batch, so this is why we do things. You never know which way is going to work out better. Keep the fabric straight and aligned with itself, with each other, so that we don't have any off-the-wall cuts. Otherwise, the cut will be at an angle on one strip and not on another. So you want to make sure you keep your strip straight and aligned with each other. And this is the one with the fabric that faces, has a pattern, so let's make sure the bicycles are facing upward. Yeah, I really think that fabric is bland, but I guess mixed with the rest of it, it doesn't look nearly as bad as it does by itself. Yeah, I am going to be cutting 9 layers of fabric all at one time. I know that my blade is going to work for that. I cannot guarantee that yours will. You want to make sure that you have a nice fresh blade in your rotary cutter in order for this to work. If the rotary cutter blade is dull at all, it's going to be challenging. All right, I got a smaller ruler because I want to. You always try and use the smallest ruler you can. I'm lining it up on the 14 inches of my pad. And all 9. Oops. Went through all the layers. This I'm going to set aside because, again, we have more bags to make and we may be able to use those for that. And now over to the sewing machine. All right. Piece 1 and piece 2. Again, I'm starting with the selvage on the top, that way I don't need any starter fabric. Oops, I started wrong. And this is why you normally have starter fabric, because if you start off the fabric, it doesn't sew right. There we go. And I started too far off the fabric. Keeping all our strips straight. Open them up, and this is always the hardest place. Make sure you know which one's 1 and 2. Once you get going, you can figure out where to sew on. But those first 2, if you get them upside down, you can get them backwards real easy. Keep the fabrics together. Edges are scooting on me here. We are getting there. Wonderful. So now we have the second side. I need water. There we go. So now we're going to press again. This time I'm going to try it a little bit differently because I had so many problems with the last time. I'm going to start by moving my paper out of the way so I don't knock it over. I've got it upside down, so face down, fabric is face down. And I'm just going to hold the fabric and pull it a little bit and go straight down there. And I'm going to do the same thing on the next one. Again, pulling just a bit. That didn't work because now the first one's off. I guess this way. It's working a little bit better this time. That definitely went much faster. All right, pattern off to the side again. Now, cut edge on the edge. There we go. And then 13 and a half. Actually, I'm going to go over, I'm going to go to 14 and cut off the salvages first, and then cut off that side to 13 and a half. Get all the salvages cut off. Now we're at 14. I'm going to go in just a little bit more because I didn't get all the salvages. So I'm going in another 1/4 of an inch. There we go. Now, make sure this edge is all even. I am going to get that all on the side. And then 13 and a half. Right there. Now I need to move this up a bit. All right, so there we go. Voila. Nice straight edges. Everybody's squared off. Excellent. All right, so now we have our front and our back. We need our bottom and our straps. So the bottom is 9 3/4 by 18 and a half. I'm going to tear at 10. And then I'm gonna actually cut, I'll just do one. I was going to cut 2 bottoms because I could. But I'm going to need strips for the handles. 7.5 inches. Wow, those are wide handles. This has a stubborn streak in it, so I'm going to put some water on here. It's got a nice fold right down the middle, and it does not want to loosen up. Okay, there we go. Nice and flat. So the first thing I want to do is trim off the salvage. I am going to get a different ruler because that's just too big and bulky to be using. There, now it's not sticking in my stomach, which is already big and fat. I don't need anything stuck in it. All right, line this up, get it kind of square. That's that. Oh, I'm leaving it this way. Then I need it 18.5 inches long. So I am going to take the big one that was sticking in my stomach and line it up on the straight edge at 18.5 inches. Then I'm going to take this ruler and match it up. This is how you use 2 rulers to cut. And verify 18.5, yes, 18.5 inches. Cut that way. Now, do I have 22 inches left by any chance? I do. So I can get my 2 strips. No, I can't. I can get 1 strip. I'll just set that aside for later. Okay. I'm going to take this, which is already 18.5 inches, and fold it in half. Match up the edges. If you want to press this, you can. I'm not going to. I'm just going to get it, because I need to get it to 9 3/4 inches. And I just need to make sure I get that. So one side that's of the torn fabric, we line up the bottom so that it's straight. We're going to cut off just the torn edge, just as little as you can. And now we're going to turn it. And now we need 9 3/4 inches. Lining up at the top and on the side, so you get it nice and square. Okay, so now we have the bottom piece, which should fit reasonably well, almost directly underneath, because it's going. This is going to be attached to this, and this is going to be attached down here. It will make sense, I promise you. Okay, this I need now 7.5 inches. Yes, I need to tear. I'm going to tear at 8. Get rid of all these strings that are just everywhere. Let's see, if I fold it in half, ish. It's not quite long enough. Remember, all cotton or most cotton fabrics, quilting cotton, is anywhere between 42 and say 45 inches long, salvage to salvage. So 22.5 inches, which is what I need. No, 22. Oh, this might work. So 22 inches is 44, which is on the longest side of the possibility. It is going to work. I'm going to be able to get both handles out of one piece. Yeah. Let me iron it and get it all flat. I'm fairly confident I can get 22 inches out of both sides. Because otherwise I'll have to tear another 7.5 inch wide strip. There went my picture again. There we go. It stayed. Well, if I have to, the leftover piece from the bottom, I can probably get a 22-inch piece out of it. In fact, I know I can. But I would really rather just do it out of this one piece. That would make me happiest. Make sure my torn edges are all straight and even, which they are. All right, let's see if it reaches the 22. So line up my fold. There's going to be Just enough. Just enough. Let's see. I'm going to turn this around because it's too close to that edge for me. So let's take the ruler, line it up on 22 on both sides. So all I have left is salvage. And I'm going to guess, if I look at it, yeah, there's a very little bit of salvage on one edge. I'm not going to worry about it. It's so small, it's not going to affect it too badly. Now, the other thing I need to do, though, is now I need to cut down the middle. So where it was folded, woo, I'm going to cut right down the fold. Oh, I should make it 7.5. No, I'll cut on the fold first. So, down the fold. So now I have two pieces, my two straps. Match it all up. Trim off the smallest of pieces off the edge, lining up at the fold. And then turn it. And now 7.5 inches wide. Also lining up on the fold and the edge. Make sure you've got it square. And now these are going to be the handles. They fold in this way, and then over. That's why they're so wide. So they look wide, but they are going to get narrower as we go. All right, so body, bottom, handles, lining. I am doing it in white. I find that bags with dark lining, it's hard to find things in. So I like to use light lining, and in this case, I could have used an off-white. I think I've got some around here somewhere. But I had this bright white sitting here, so I'm going to just use that. 18.5 inches wide by width of fabric. Width of fabric. So since it's torn on one side, I'm just going to tear it. Oh, 18.5. I'm not going to mess with the rotary cutter. I'm not going to deal with any of that. It's just, I'm just going to tear it at 18.5 inches wide by the width of the fabric. I know that later on in the pattern we're going to be cutting it down, so I'm not going to worry about it. Well, I'm probably not going to have enough of this white to use for the other bags. Might have to switch things up a little bit, but hey, we'll see how things go. All right, so width of fabric means from salvage to salvage, and that's what I did. I just tore it. It's 18.5 inches wide, and like I said, I know because I read the pattern already that we're going to be cutting this down later on, so I'm not going to mess with it or worry about how it looks or if it's completely measured or completely straight or anything like that, because we will be cutting it down later. All right, lining. Then the fleece. So how long is that? Let's see. This is 13.5, right? So that's 26, 27 inches. (28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36 3/4. That's why they've got us doing it with a fabric, because it's 36 3/4 inches. So it's really close to it to begin with. I don't have an actual width on this because I've used it for something else. So I need to make sure that it's at least 37 inches by 18.5. Let's see here. How long is this? Well, let's go 18.5 first and work from there. Okay, so I am going to use my longer ruler so that I can match up my 18.5 on either side. So 18.5 up here, and then 18.5 back down here. So I make sure I have that all lined up, and I am going to get a lower quality rotary cutter because I don't want to mess up my really good rotary cutter. Did it cut most of the way? This stuff has sticky stuff on it, and I just don't want to mess with my nice good blade. They're more expensive for that rotary cutter. Okay. There we go. Now, this needs to be at least 36. This is well past that, so we're good. So let me so this is 18.5. Yes, it is. That's 24. Let me mark the 24. (25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. What did I determine? 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. So yes, 37. 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. Here is 37. Line it all up. Fusible fleece is not the cheapest thing in the world. I do not want to waste it, so I am going to line it up and use what I need to, and only what I need to. So now I have this extra piece here that I will use somewhere else. Put that into the fusible fleece bag. And this will go over here to get ready to be used later on. Now I also need two pieces that are 7.5 inches wide by 22 inches wide. So what did we determine this was? This is plenty wide, so I just need a piece that's 7.5 inches. Seven and a half inches. And this rotary cutter did not work because it's got this edge to it and it did not work. So we're going to have to go back to this one. Did I miss the bottom? I did on a couple. All right, this is leftover. This goes back in the bag. And we're going to have leftover from here too, because 7.5 inches. I'm going to measure from the fold, just like we did with the fabric earlier. I'm going to measure over to 22 inches. And then again, this will be used, we've got two pieces here, they're tiny. They can be used for a project later on. And cut down the middle. This time I'm just going to use my scissors. Because I don't know why they had me do it 7.5 inches wide. It's the exact same size as the fabric, and that's usually not what you want, but that's what they said, so that's what we did. All right, let's see here. Lining, fleece, interfacing. 18.5 inches by width of fabric. So it's just going to go on the bag. I am going to use, you know what, I think I'm going to use this one. It's thicker, so the bag's going to be kind of stiff, but I think that's okay. I like having a stiffer bag. All right, 18.5 inches. Need to roll that out one more time. Come on back. There we go. 18.5 up to 18.5. And again, this is going to get adjusted later on, so I'm not terribly worried about it. But I don't want to use up more than I need to. This interfacing goes over here. And again, it's width of fabric, so it's the length, which is 10 times bigger than we're going to need. Not 10 times, but it's bigger than we're going to need. Okay, we now have everything cut. Well, not exactly, but we're going to go with we have everything cut. If I decided I wanted to put a pocket on this, I would need some trim. They just call it trim. No, that's not even it. Binding. Yeah, but it doesn't tell you how much binding. Oh, it does. Cut 2 1/4 inches of 14-inch bias tape from the leftover pieces of your bag bottom for each pocket. 2 1/4 inches by 14 inches. Let's see. This is the extra bottom. I'm going to cut it out because I do want to use I want to go ahead and put the pocket on. That's 14 inches, and I only need it to be 2 1/4 inches wide. Line it all up. Now, did I do that 2 1/2 instead of 2 1/4? No, I did it 2 1/4. All right, so that's the binding for the pockets. Okay, I think we're done cutting. I say that and we still have to trim everything up later on, but we're getting there. Now comes some pressing. What time are we at? 2 hours in. Okay, so we still have 2 hours left. I think we can get this bag done. So I need to make the pattern. All right, so you need here. So here is the template. And this is the large, this is the medium, and this is the small. On the point here, you need to have it go on the fold, and I don't think that's going to be, mine's not going to be wide enough, so I'm going to have to cut it, I'm going to have to do 2 and tape them together. Nope, that's not going to work. Yeah, I might have to pull out a second piece of plastic even, because I don't think I have enough. But all right, so I'm going to line up my template paper with the bottom line and the side line. And then I'm going to draw along here. I'm going to put this dotted line here because that's where we're going to join up in a little bit. Everybody say hi. Oh, you can't see Callie. Okay. There's that. And then let's see. Nope, that doesn't work. This will work. Alright, I'm going to go to there. So I'm lining up this side. Now I'm going to draw that, that straight line. Here. And the dotted line so that I know where to match it up at. Okay, I need tape. All right, I say that, and where did it go? What happened to my tape? What did I do with it? I don't know. Let me see. Let me check out here. See if I left it out here. I did not leave it out here. Okay. Is there any tape in here? I have lots of staples. Lots and lots of staples. Staples aren't going to do me any good in this situation. I need tape. Well, we're just going to have to improvise. Because I do not know where my tape went. All right. That's what I get for moving things around on myself. All right, let's see here. Now, I tried to draw the line on the inside of the big black printed line. That way, when I cut, I should be cutting just inside the blue line, and that should give me exactly the same size as what they had. And there's one piece. we now have the template for our fabric. You probably can't see it. No, you can't see it at all because it was way too high. So that's where it joins up at, and that's going to be how we're going to cut out the top part of our fabric. All right, now we need to add the strip sections to the bottom of the fabric. We have everything cut out. Now we need to start joining again. So let's go to the sewing machine. And we're going to match up the edges of our strip with the bottom fabric. Now we do need starter fabric. Now we're going to put our 1/4 inch seam straight down here. Just a minute. Ouch. There was no air conditioning on, and it's getting warm in here, so I decided to turn that on. I can't get the one window closed because it's too high up, so he's going to yell at me when he gets home, but I can't do anything about it. All right, so now we're going to press towards the bottom fabric. Yes, I feel cold air now blowing on me. I'm happy. I mean, it's only 78 in here, but that's still 4 degrees higher than I like it. Or 6. I like it at 72. It might even get cooler in here because the windows open out there, probably blowing on the thermostat. So the thermostat's going to keep running for a while. That'll be cool. All right, pressing towards the bottom fabric. And just like I said, I like to have the light fabric on the inside for the lining. I like to have a darker fabric on the bottom, because that way, if it does get dirty, it doesn't show as much. All right, now to figure out which way to make that go, the other side go. Come on, there we go. All right. So that's one side of the bag. That's the bottom of the bag. This is the other side. Now keep in mind that whatever is on this side is going to match up with that color. So I think we need to switch this over and do it that way. Yes, that is what we want to do. Come on. There we go. All right, back to the sewing machine. All right, line it all up again. Oh. Starter fabric. Make sure the top is all lined up and straight so you get a nice square seam. And you may be going, why are you sewing with the bottom fabric on the top this time? That's just the directions that I pressed my seams. So I want to make sure the seams are going the same direction that I'm sewing so they don't flip over. That's the only reason. If the seams were pressed the other way, like if we had done it with the fabric with the stripes going the other way, I would have been sewing this with the stripes, with the strips on top. Sorry, got a text message I was trying to read. Shouldn't do that while I'm live, I know. Just seemed important, and then I read further along, and it wasn't nearly as important as I thought it was initially. My bobbin thread's gone, but we can make it. I know. Let me get the seam done. There we go. Oh, wow. So this machine is supposed to tell me when my bobbin thread runs out, and apparently it didn't tell me in time. I have a whole bunch of extra sewing to do there. All right, so my machine allows me to wind my bobbin from the needle. Some machines do, well, I think most machines do not, but mine has it set up. See, there's these two metal pieces here. That way, if I want to, I can run it and the thread won't get caught. Because if you don't have something smooth like those metal bars there, what's going to happen is your thread can get caught a little bit. It just frays a little bit. It makes it not as tight. It's not the word I want, but can fray the thread. If it's just rolling on plastic, the thread can get frayed a little bit. All right. Okay. Now back, here we go. That's better. Trim that off, trim this off, trim off the starter fabric. There we go. It's all cleaned up now. And now we press again to the bottom fabric. That's what the directions say, so that's why I'm doing it. But I would anyway, because I always press towards the fabric that has the least amount of seams. Sorry, felt like something was wrong with the microphone for a minute. And in this case, the blue fabric has no seams, whereas the stripped fabric has a whole bunch of seams on it, obviously. All right, let's see here. Have that seam come out. Should press. Like I said, this fabric does not want to press the way I want it to. I don't understand. Okay. That's not hanging there for long. Hey, Talia. Hi, dear. Okay. What you need, baby? It's okay. It's okay. I figured she'd show up eventually with Steve not being here. It's okay, baby. Yes, baby. So, I now have that done. So now it says to lay the strip of fusible fleece in front of me. That should be in the garbage, not over there. You guys can go right there. This is all extra for later. This is for this project, so I will set it over there. So, lay the strip of fusible fleece in front of you, fusible side up. So, this is the fusible fleece. And I have the fusible side up. Let's see here. I'm going to need those in a little bit. Can I get you straightened around at all? And switch over to you. There we go. Okay. Fusible fleece in front of me. This, you can feel the difference. This side is smooth and doesn't feel like it has anything on it. This side feels like it's got something on top of it. So we put that down first. And then lay the bag on top. So this is the bag. This is what we just got done working on. We're going to lay it on the fusible fleece. So now, typically, had I designed this, I would have cut the fusible fleece larger, but I did not create this pattern, so I'm doing what they say, and it's fitting, it's just fitting on it, which is fine. Now here's the catch. You have to make sure your seams that were fussing with me earlier are all pressed the right way, because otherwise you're going to get a bubble in your bag. So you want to make sure it's all nice and down. And now I can use my iron on here, because this fleece is the same stuff that I have in my ironing board. So I can use my iron and not worry about messing with my table. And pressing this on and getting this totally flat and straight onto the fusible fleece. Again, this is where making sure your seams are all pressed the right way comes into play, because otherwise it won't lay straight on the fusible fleece and you'll end up with bubbles. I don't know if you've ever seen when you put on a film on a piece of glass, like a mirror or I can't think of what else you'd put it on, a window, and it gets bubbles in it. That's what could happen if you don't have your seams all straight. It's not working well, is it? Let me see. Where are we sticking? We're sticking over there, so I waited enough over there. So it's pressing and not ironing. You have to make sure to hold it on so that it sticks. I don't know if I've ever read the directions for this stuff. Place on ironing surface with fusible rough side up. Place fabric on top with right size up. Press firmly in place for approximately 10 seconds. Repeat lifting and slightly overlapping iron until all interfacing is fused. Let fabric cool, then check bond and repeat as necessary. And this stuff is 100% polyester. So if you were going for a cotton bag, it's not going to work with this, with fusible interfacing. In my opinion, here, you don't need to be looking at the iron. In my opinion, you don't have to use fusible fleece if you don't want to. You could use regular batting. The fusible makes it easier because it's not going to slip. We're going to be able to take this over to the machine and start quilting on it without any issues at all. Whereas with regular batting, you would need to put some pins in it to make it stationary and keep it secure and all that good stuff. The fusible is not mandatory. And I have a little kitty cat back again. Hey, Talia. So I don't know. What, baby? Okay. Come here, baby. Come here. Come here, baby. You want to come sit up here with me? No? Okay. Well, then what are you crying for? I was talking to all the nice people out here and telling them about fusible fleece. Can I tell them some more about it, or no? Here, hold on just a minute. Hey. Hey. Come here. Now, what's going on? Is Daddy not home yet? Huh? Is Daddy not home yet? Callie's not in here. No, Callie's not in here. You want to go sit by the window? Huh? Do you want to go sit by the window? You can go sit by the window if you want. It's okay, baby. It's okay. All right. Here, sweetheart. Whoa, 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 whoa. She flips out at the littlest things. Now I lost one. All right, let's see here. What happened to the other side? There it is. Well, now she probably won't come back because now she's going to be scared for, hours. All right, so this is sticking, so that's good. So we're moving right along here. This bag is actually bigger than I thought it was. It does tell me the sizes. Somewhere. Maybe it doesn't. Well, but I know it's 13 and a half. Yeah. No. What size did we cut that? 9 1/4 by what? Was it no. 18 and a half. I know it's 18 and a half inches this way. And after the 18 and a half inches, you take away 1/4 of an inch on either side, so it finishes to 18 inches wide. And 9 3/4, that's not the whole bottom though, because we only fold it up a little bit. So instead of pressing right now, I'm ironing out some of the wrinkles. So it's not actually fusing. Yeah, this is actually going to be a decent sized bag. Now, I saw some of the samples, because most bag makers will have a group of people that they know that they can send their patterns to, and then they do a sample, a test. They try it out to check the directions to make sure everything's readable and all that good stuff. And one of the people that did the sample put some different bells and whistles on it, which I'm not doing. But one of the things they did was with the handles, they took some of the fabric from the strips and put it in the handle and kind of folded it over a little bit, which looked really cool. And I used, what I cut, this interfacing I cut is a very thick interfacing. So this bag will be very stiff. If you use regular batting instead of the fusible fleece, it's going to be softer. But again, you can add any type of interfacing you want, and that's going to make it harder. Not harder, stiffer. I guess you could use either word. Not quite correct use of the term, but yeah, I'll be interested to see how this whole thing turns out. I'm not going to put the feet on until I square up the bottom and see exactly how big the bottom of it is. Because I know that part of the, you can't see that with that there. There. Part of this edge here goes up on the side a little bit. Now we're going to have to do this all over again with the interfacing. All right, so while I'm doing this, I'm multitasking. So it wants me to measure from, after we get this all done, from the top of here to the top there, the distance on here. 13 inches after quilting. So from here to the top, or from here to the top, it's supposed to be 13 inches. Oh, we're getting there. Just a little bit left. Now, one thing I find a positive thing with this fusible fleece, if you iron on it, it doesn't stick to your iron. With other products, if you have it out to the edge too far and your iron gets on it, it sticks to your iron. Now that is also why I have this silicone mat or cover on here so that nothing sticks to that. It protects my iron itself from getting dirty and sticky and things like that. Okay. That's that. Now we turn it over. And now we have the interfacing, or the bag on the bottom, right side down. Fusible fleece on top of it, sticky side down. Now we're going to take our interfacing, but I am going to trim up my interfacing. I don't want to use all of it if I don't have to. So that I can keep it for another day, because interfacing is one of those things that you can use smaller pieces of it later on. And yes, I have like 3 different interfacings over there for when I make purses and stuff. Now, let's see if this is going to work or if I'm going to need water. Because usually this needs water. But because it's just going onto the fusible fleece, we may be able to, it may work the same way. Again, don't iron on your table normally. I have the fusible fleece, or if you have batting on it or something like that, that's okay. But don't iron regular fabric onto your table. You will mess up your table. And or your board, that is my healing board. That's not the right word, but it's the idea. Self-healing board. Self-healing board. I knew there was the word healing in there. I just couldn't remember where. So some of the things you can add to this bag is you could add snaps, buttons. A zipper would work. It would be more challenging if you don't have experience with zippers. That could be a challenge. It would work fine here because the way they have you putting together the lining and the outer part of the purse or bag, you leave the opening in the bottom of the lining. So you can put a zipper on here, you can put anything you want, rickrack around the top so that it looks pretty instead of just basic. That would work. There's a lot of different options that you can do to personalize this bag. We are doing a basic bag just because I wanted to show you the basics. Maybe tonight, if I think about it, on the littler bags for tomorrow. Because this is going to take us, yeah, And I don't know if I'm going to be able to get either of the little ones done tomorrow either. Well, I can get one, but I can't guarantee I'll be able to get both of them done. Now we are going to be quilting this next. So if there is any of the interfacing or the fusible fleece that isn't completely attached, we are going to be quilting. So we are going to be putting some thread on this that will hold all three pieces together. That's why I'm trying to get it attached so it doesn't slip, but I'm not concerned that it is completely attached everywhere. Sticking nicely. I'm very surprised. I really was thinking that this wasn't going to stick as well as it is. Temperature's gone down 1 degree in here. I don't know what it's like in the rest of the house. Okay. Let's lift this up because it fell during the whole cat debacle. So now we're going to quilt this however we want. I don't like the fact that when I hold that up, it looks like there's a fold in there. No, it's on this side. Huh. I do not like that. Oh well. So we're going to need to put on our walking foot and our quilting needle and go from there. So let's go over to the machine. All right, I have a navy blue cotton thread. I also have a green. There's a lot of blue already on the fabric. Do I want it to blend in? Well, let's do the blue first, because I know I want the blue on the bottom. So I'm going to start with the blue, and I may not switch because I may decide that that's all I want. All right, let's get the ankle off of here. And get our walking foot on. So my walking foot did come with a longer screw. I just don't like having the two screws lying around. I'm always afraid one's going to roll somewhere and get lost, so I don't bother. This screw does work. The longer screw is just easier to get on. That's all there is to it. Thread off. This is 60 weight thread, so it's thinner. It's not going to hold our seams as well. So we're not going to use that for the rest of the time. We're going to switch over, probably going to switch over to this polyester here. It's an off-white polyester, and polyester holds better, stronger than cotton thread does. Cotton thread can break too easily. And why don't I have a bobbin for this machine? So this bobbin works on my Brother machines. It works on a bunch of different models of machines. It just does not work on this model of machine. So I need to move the thread from that bobbin to this bobbin. Alright, there's the bobbin. And now I need to change to the quilting needle that I took off earlier. Go, and now I can thread the machine. Come on. What the heck? Did I have it on the wrong side? Yes, I did. Alright, so most machines I've seen come with one of these little doohickeys. This allows you to have even spacing when you're quilting. I'm going to set it up for the time being because I don't need it right now. And I'm going to increase my stitch length to 3.5. And the first thing I'm going to do is stitch in the ditch of this where the strips meet the bottom. Oops. So the bag is very taut because of the interfacing, and it ran into the wall and stopped. That's why the fabric stopped moving. Alright, there we go. Now, the stripes, the strips of fabric here, are now 2 inches wide. Because they started at 2.5, you can't see that. They started at 2.5, and after you put in the seams, now they're 2 inches wide. I'm going to put a strip down one side and a strip down another, but not in the middle, so kind of a third of the way. Let's see, so 2 divided by 3 is 2/3 of an inch. Let's see, maybe I could do 3. I don't want to put 3 in. That would just be too much. Maybe I'll just put 1 up the middle. That's 1 inch. And then there's 1 on the seam. There, that's a better way of doing it. All right, so I need my doohickey, this thing here, that tells me how far apart I am. From the needle to this thing, I want it to be 1 inch. So I take my tape measure, and I stick it up so that it's right next to the needle, and I push this thing in until it is at 1 inch. So all of my distances are going to be 1 inch. So now I go back here and I start sewing again. Now I'm going to put my guide on my last seam. What are we pulling on? Oh. Well, that's interesting. Did we sew it all? Nope, we didn't sew a single thing. Talia? Downstairs crying. All right, let's re-thread the needle and reset the bobbin thread, and we should be all better. Okay, let's try this again. Yes, we are sewing this time. Excellent. this up a little bit. And we'll do the next one. All right, let's do it again. We're going to go about halfway, and then we're going to switch and go from the other side. Because this is not going to be an even amount. So I'm going to go to one more, going this way, and then we will switch to the other side. Okay. Now we're going to go over and turn it around, and we're going to do the same thing, stitch in the ditch here, and then do the 1 inches . My guide down. One, two, three, four. That's 1. This is going to be 2. Now this will be 3. And 4. And now there's an so here we have our stitches straight. And then in the middle, there's a bigger, wider area, because I think that's about 1.5 inches. And I'm not even going to bother trying to stitch down the middle of it. I'm just going to leave it as it is, because that's going to be on the bottom of the bag and you're not going to really see it. So now I'm going to do a stitch in the ditch here, and then I'm going to turn around and do the 1 inch from that direction. The rest of them are all going to go that way, but this first half of the strip, I'm going to have to do this way, because otherwise it won't get measured correctly. All right, and now let's get it all lined up. Now see, having all this fabric off to the side is really bulky and not fun, but it's just what we have to do to get this first one straight and symmetrical with all the rest of them. All right, that one gets done and out of the way. Now we're going to go with our 1/2 inch, or with our inch. Now we're going to be able to use our guide and our stitch in the ditch. I just heard Steve came home, which is a good thing. And that's what I get for talking. I got an extra stitch in there. Oh well. But yes, for the KiCad, good thing here. All right, now we're going to stitch in the ditch. Are we sewing? I can't see. No, we are not. Didn't sound like we were sewing, so. All right, let's leave. You're fine. Let's reset the bobbin. See if that solves the problem. There we go. Yeah, that went way too far down there. And that one didn't go far enough. Ah. Okay. Put my guide down. All right, so let's see here. Because of how stiff this fabric is, because of the interfacing, I'm going to start, now I'm going to go this way. And I am going to move, nope, it's not going to work. This one doesn't work that way. Do I have another one? I don't know. Well, let's do it this way anyway. Not going to sit quite right, but it'll work. All right, stitch in the ditch. use my marker. Alright, last one on this side. And now we're going to switch over to this side. Oops, let's see. And I am going to do, let's just reverse it this way this time. All right, so stitch in the ditch. Nope, actually this needs to be on the other side. So we'll just take it off for right now. All right, let's get my tape measure back out. Do an inch again. Come on. There we go. And oops. There's 1 inch. And now go this way. So last time I didn't need to turn the fabric around. I could have just moved that thing, but I forgot. And I have another one of these that goes in the other direction. I just don't feel like digging it out right now. All right, now we move it over to the other side. Over here. There we go, 1 inch. Now, if I hadn't used fusible interfacing or fusible fleece, I would be sewing from the bottom out. I wouldn't be doing it this way. But because I ironed it all on, and I know that the fabric is all very tightly attached, I don't need to worry about it. But normally you would be sewing from this side out, this way, not this way. And you don't have to just quilt straight seams or straight lines. I am not very good at free motion quilting and therefore I just tend to do straight lines. You could have done I could have done a diamond, I could have done a square going in different directions. You know, a nested square inside a square inside a square. There's a pocket that's going to go on here that I'm going to use. You don't have to use it, but I'm going to use it. That's a half circle. I could have done half circles and just gone out bigger and bigger and bigger. All of those things, anything you want to do, you can. This would also be a fun project to practice free motion on if you wanted to, because it is such a small area that you could do different things, and even if you messed it up, it's not necessarily going to be quite as noticeable because it's a smaller bag. There's not that much space on here. But yeah, so you could practice your free motion quilting using this project. I just do straight seams. That's what I do. Oops. I really got out of the ditch on that one. Yes, I did. I messed it up big time, but oh well. Alright, I think this is going to be the last one I do going this way, and then I'll switch it around again. Alright, now let's go this way. And like I said, normally you would be doing it this way, but I have it on I have it fused, so it's not as big of a deal. And the reason I'm not, I don't like having my extra threads down here, because I always forget some. I like to have my extra threads at the beginning where I'm going to cut it off anyway. But if you didn't have it fused, you would have to start at the bottom, like I am doing now, and go out. Otherwise, you would have wrinkles and bubbles and all that good stuff that I talked about that's bad. All right, last line of quilting. All right, yay! Quilting's done. Whew. Let's get that. Okay, so now I have all my quilting done. I am not going to worry about the strings. I probably should, because I'm using the Snow White fabric for the interior. Sorry, there was thunder. Apparently we're going to have rain. Because I'm going to be using the bright white as the interior lining, so you're going to be able to probably see the blue through it. We're going to have to see. This piece is really long, this piece I'm cutting. But I think the rest of it should be fine. And we're going to trim it up a little bit here too. All right, so the first thing that they said was 13 inches. Now I'm going to move to the side because it gives me more space to work. 13 inches from to the there. Let's get this back up and see. There we go. So 13 inches from the bottom fabric to the top here. And you do not want to cut this before you quilt it. You have to wait until after you quilt, because when you quilt you can see things kind of pucker up. So you need to make sure that you have it quilted before you do this. And I'm going to improvise here because I have this is 12.5 inches. This ruler is 12.5. And I'm going to use this, and I'm going to line it up on a 1/2 inch. And then I'm going to line this up so that I have 13 inches. And I'm doing it the wrong way. Let's do it the other way. Move you out of the way. So this needs to go this way. All right, do we have you covered up? There you go. All right. So, little ruler, 1/2 inch. And you see it's got a 1/2 inch on it. So there's that. Then we take the big square ruler, that's 12.5 inches. We line it up. Now I can line up my straight lines too. So I make sure that the seam, and then this is on a seam, and everybody's straight. And that gives me 13 inches. Now I'm going to take my ruler that I can actually cut with, because it's long enough. And make that 13 inches. That was a lot of work to get 13 inches, but that's the only way I can do it. There's an awful lot of noise going on downstairs. Okay, so now I'm going to do the same thing on this side to get my 13 inches. Oh, it's raining and there's windows open. That's probably what's going on. All right, we are square. now we have a straight edge there and a straight edge over here. And now we need to clean up the long sides. It does not tell me anywhere how wide this should be. I've looked and looked and looked, and it does not. It talks about quilting it. Then measure the length of your bag and trim your lining . Yeah, it doesn't say anything about the actual width. Hey, big girl. So I am just going to trim it so that it all lines up. How wide is that? Yes, that is still 18. It's about 1/8 of an inch shorter than 18.5 inches. So I'm just going to trim it up, which involves the long ruler, neither of the square rulers. Actually, I know what I should do. It should be 1.25 inches from my line that I stitched. There we go. Because it needs 1/4 inch for the seam that's coming up. And the 1 inch. There we go. Alright, that's all nice and pretty. Now, keeping in mind, this is going to be a seam. You're never going to see this. It just makes me happy to know that it's all straight, because when I go to sew the two sides together, I want them to have straight sides. Otherwise, my seam will be all weird. And we're not losing much. Most of it's the extra, the batting and the fusible fleece and the interfacing. There we go. Everything's square and straight, and the world is good. There we go. So we're looking good. What are we doing next? Now we're going to use those templates. back to this we go. So we should fit from one side to the other side. Make everything straight. Now I'm going to use my Frixon just because I have it right here. You can use anything you want because this is all going to be in the seam, so it doesn't matter. And if it doesn't show up very well, I may switch. It's not terrible. It's workable. Hey, big girl. Are you being chased by a little girl, or are you just come to say hi? Ah, there is a little girl out there. I hear her. Now. So now we cut out one side. Cut out the other side. And these are useless. We're throwing them away. This one, on the other hand, is what they use as the pocket. It's a very small pocket. Doesn't have a zipper, doesn't have anything, but for a very basic, easy to put together bag, this pocket will work just fine. I forgot I'm going to need lining for that. We'll do that. We'll worry about that when we get to it. All right. Now we do the other side. Same thing. Take our little plastic templates. Line one up on the edge and on the top. And if you've got freezer paper or pattern making paper, you wouldn't have to have two pieces like I do. And I did not write on here what those are. That's bad. I need to remember to do that before the day is over. So those are the corner pieces. Those are garbage. And then this piece can become a pocket. I don't know if I'm going to make them into pockets now that I'm thinking about it. I might just make this one plain, because those pockets are really tiny. And I don't think I really like them that much. I mean, I get why the pattern developer did it, because they want to make sure that they use up as much of the fabric as possible. So I like that. Otherwise, you're just wasting fabric. But I don't think I care. All right. Fold up the sides of the bag right side out and trim the side angles of the bag from the top only if making the medium, from the top, only if making, they need commas and stuff in here there, yeah. Only if making the medium or large bags. See numbers on chart shown here with red line. All right. So I line up the bag. I'm going to get clips, because I want to make sure that my lines, my seams, are lined up straight for the bottom piece. All right. Because those can be a little bit off. Now, let's see. This is really sharp, or thick, or heavy, or starchy, or whatever term you want to use. All right, there we go. I got it flat. So on the cutting page, it says 1.5 inches on each side, 3 inches across. So 1.5 inches over on bottom. 1.5 inches over on bottom. Okay. So I go in a 1.5 inches, and I don't need that big ruler. There we go. Little ruler. I will need the big ruler now that I say that. And again, Fricks-On so it can go away if it needs to, but it's all going to be inside, so it doesn't really matter. And I don't know if that'll show up or not. 1.5. All right. Now we take our rotary cutter. We marked 1.5 inches in on either side, which you can barely see. You know what? I'm going to use a black pen and actually mark it. So 1.5 inches in, and actually the black is not what I should be using. Let me use the red one. Did that show up? That's not showing up all that much better, but, and you can't see it at all on the camera, but, and then over here, same thing. 1.5 inches. And now we're going to take the ruler, the long one, and trim from this top corner to that mark. So it's going to make our bag smooth in a little bit. And now I'm going to do the same thing from the corner to the 1.5 inch mark. So now it angles in a little bit. We're going to turn it backwards again. Match up our seams, our edges that we wanted straight. And now we're going to sew it. Am I correct? Yes. All right, I am going to leave both my walking foot and my quilting needle on, but I'm going to switch to my polyester thread so that these seams are just a little stronger. If you have a serger or an overlock, whatever you want to call it, this is a good spot to use that. If you want to use your finishing edge stitch, you can do that too. I don't have a bobbin. I have one, but it's empty. All right, you three, get out of my way. Where's the time? 1:30. All right. I've got a half hour. We're not going to get this done. I can tell you that right now. So what I'm doing while I'm sitting here was matching up the seam for the bottom and making sure the fabric seems to want to wrinkle a little bit in here. So I am pushing it out so that it stays where it needs to stay when I stitch it. All right. So and like I said, I switched to polyester, which is what I use, polyester thread, which is what I use when I do bag making most of the time. It's a little bit stronger than cotton, so it's got a little more, it's not going to give away as easily. It's not going to tear as easily, so on and so forth. Okay, so now I am using a heavy fabric. Why is it being fussy? So I told the machine that I had heavy fabric, because I can tell my machine what kind of fabric I have. And I said, I have heavy fabric and I want a straight seam. And so it says, alrighty, this is what your stitch length should be and everything else. We are still using a 1/4 inch stitch, which on my walking foot is just inside here. So I have the ability to know that I'm still at a 1/4 inch, even though I have my walking foot on. Some of you may not be able to, but my machine does have that ability. And this clip was in because that's where the bottom fabric matches up. So I want the blue fabric to match up at the right spot. So because I'm using my walking foot, it only goes straight. I can't do any zigzags or anything like that. But if you want, then you can go back over this and do a zigzag over the edge to finish off the edge. So you don't have any, it's a nice way to finish it and to make sure that everything is tight. All right, so now we have the sides stitched up. We're going to do our bottom corner, which is the basic box. What are they using? I thought they told me. Bottom corners. 1.5 inches on each side. How are they telling me to do this? Okay. So you take you've got a flat piece right now. It's flat. You're going to take the corner and pull out so that from the seams you have a triangle. And they said 1.5 inches on each side, or 3 inches. So let's go here. If I angle you down too far, the camera is going to fall, but let's see. If I can get it to stay upright. There we go. So 3 inches total, all the way across, or 1.5 from each side. I'm using my ruler. It has a 45-degree angle on it. So I'm lining up my 45-degree angle, and I'm getting the angle at 1.5 so that it matches up with the seam. And as it turns out, it looks like it's on a line that's already there, so this might actually be okay. So I drew a line, and you can kind of see that there was already a stitch line there. And then I've drawn a line, and that's where we're going to sew, is on that stitch line. Now, as you can see, this bag has a lot of stability to it because we've got the stabilizer and the fusible fleece in it, so it sits quite nicely on its own. If you didn't use any stabilizer, or if you used a lower grade stabilizer, it might not sit quite this nicely for you. So again, lining up. My 1.5 inches on the seam. And again, we have one of my quilting lines pretty much right there also. Now, the other catch is going to be making sure this seam sits flat. With all of this stuff in it, it's going to be very challenging. And I don't care if it sits open or not. The rest of the way down, I don't care. It's going to be inside. It's never going to touch. You're never going to see it. That's never going to touch anything, because the lining just sort of hangs from the top on the inside. So it's never even going to touch the side of this. It doesn't matter. But I do, when I sew over it, I kind of want to not have too much bulk there. So I want to open it up as much as I can when I sew it. Now I also am going to lock my stitch. So in my machine I have an automatic lock. It's called fix and stop. If you don't have that, you're going to stitch back and forth 3 or 4 times to get your seam, to get this locked, so that the stitch does not come unraveled too easily. And actually, I'm going to lower my stitch back down to regular length. Okay. And again, do I really need to trim? Not really. You're never going to see it, but hey, I get a little silly sometimes. All right, now here again, we need to open up our seam so that we can stitch over it. Start it with a fix. Get that out of the way. We want to avoid having a ton of fabric in our corner, so we do want to cut this extra fabric off. So we take our little ruler, put it on 1/4 inch, so what you stitched is at 1/4 inch, and cut the corner. And then we're going to do the other side, same thing, 1/4 inch. Cut. That's how you make a box square, or a box corners. for a bag. Okay, so we're going to turn it right side out because now I want to figure out where I want to put the feet. Now that I know where the bottom is, well, I think I'm supposed to anyway. Yeah, I'm supposed to turn it right side out anyway, so. Boy, this is stiff. It's going to stand up nicely. Let me get the camera out of the way so you can see what's going on. Have some water. Okay, so now we have the bag, the outside of the bag, all stitched together. And as you can see, the fabric goes around, and that's why I said they're going to match up. And now we have the other side of the fabric. And we have our base that's square, or rectangular, I should say, squared off. And because we did that angle cut, it goes in a little bit. So it's narrower on the bottom and wider on the top. This is where our straps are going to go. And this is actually a pretty good size bag. It's not huge, but it's a decent size. It's going to be a decent sized bag. Okay, so how many feet do I want to put on? I think I want to put 6 on. Let's see, it is from corner to corner 11 inches. And it should be 3 the other way. Sorry, got to poke out the corner. Didn't go out all the way. There we go. And from side to side, it should be 3. And it's a little bit more than 3, so I obviously measured in a bit too far. But let's see, 11. So I want to put, I know I want to put 4 here, 2 in either spot. I'm thinking it's wide enough that I should put 1 right down here too. So I'm going to do that. I need a gadget. And I don't know. Oh, camera, bring you back. So this thing is, it's got a round knife on it for all intents and purposes. And it cuts a hole where you want it to go. And I need a pin. There we go. It's kind of dirty from the last time I used it. I forgot to clean it out. So it just cuts out little circles. And you can use this for snaps, or in this case, we're going to do the feet. There we go. Got all the little circles cut out. Now, it came with this little cutter. It's a self-healing mat, just like this is. So I don't need this, but I thought I'd show it to you just so you know that it comes with that. And now I need to figure out how far. First of all, I need 6. So I need to get 6 doohickeys. And I need 6 washers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. So the feet sit on the outside, and they have these little prongs that come apart. If you've ever used an old-fashioned 3-ring notebook, ooh, come on. Come on. Let's cover this up maybe now. Nope, doesn't want to. Doesn't want to focus on this. Let's see. Nope, it doesn't want to focus on this. So it's basically like a notebook that holds 3-ring notebook paper. Not the 3-ring binder kind, but just the little notebook. It's got the prongs that separate. And the prongs go into the middle of the washer, and then you go off to either side. The washer goes on the inside of the bag. The feet go on the outside of the bag. So now I'm going to take my hole making gadget, and I am going to make hole number 1. There we go. And hole number 2, and I'm eyeing this. Based on where the seams are, since I do have these nice quilted lines that are 1 inch apart from each other, I'm using those as my guide. It makes life really easy when you put your own guides on. I didn't even realize I was doing that, but it did make my life easier. Come on, there we go. And here. And last but not least, the 2 middle ones. So right smack dab in the middle. Again, eyeballing it, not measuring it. If you prefer, measuring is a perfectly good option. All right. Comes with a little protector to go on top of it so you don't cut yourself. All right. If you are so inclined, you can put interfacing in. Since I already have fusible fleece and interfacing, I'm going to go ahead and skip the interfacing this time. But the interfacing would go between the washer and the fabric. So foot goes in the hole. If you're using it, interfacing goes on next, and then the washer goes on the inside. Do you need the washer? Yeah. Otherwise, there's a possibility that your foot's going to pull through your fabric and tear your fabric. This way, chances are really slim because that's a decent sized washer. It's not going to pull the foot through. And now I push down the sides. And here we go. Let's see if you can see it on the inside there. Oh, it would help if I switched cameras, wouldn't it? So there you see, you push down either side of the foot. And now we're going to do the middle one. I'll leave it, see if I can get it to stay. So I poke the foot through. And I take the washer, and if I didn't already have a nice thick interfacing on here, I would use a piece of it. I just cut a square of interfacing, and I put this right down the middle. Oops, purse fell, bag fell. And now I separate the two pieces of metal. Easier said than done when you can't see it. Oops. And now we've got the next foot. Okay, that was too challenging for me to keep doing it that way. Not being able to see inside is challenging. No, I lost a washer. Oh, no, I didn't. I have two in my hand. Like, I know I pulled out 6 washers. Come on. Come on. There we go. And now we have feet. Yeah, I like the 6. I like having the 6. I think if it had only been 4 in the corner, it would have looked blah. I like having the 2 in the middle. Now, do they actually accomplish all that much? No. But they keep the fabric not directly on the floor if you set it on the floor. I like them. I think it looks cleaner. So it's more of a professional looking bag thing than anything else. All right, it is 4 hours in, so we are going to end part 1 today. We will finish up this bag in part 2, and we'll have to see how far we get to determining whether we're going to do the other size bags or not. I might still also put the pockets on. I'll have to decide and think about that a little bit. Like I said, they're really tiny. I'm not crazy about them. Or I might just go totally off the rails and design a whole pocket to put on here, which would be a challenge to put on now, but I don't know. I should have put it on before I closed it all up, but we'll see what happens. So I will see you all next time. Have a great day, and don't forget to like, subscribe, follow, thumbs up, all that good stuff so that I can get more subscribers and more viewers. We'll see you all next time.